Hi, Riddles.
Hi, Riddles.
Hi, Riddles.
The party has now begun.
The party, then there's another party, and it is not in my throat, let me tell you that.
No. This is going to be quite a challenging day, but then we're going to possibly not be able to strum at all or much for a bit, so...
Alright, I tried to fix the mic problems. We're probably still gonna have mic problems. I'm very sorry if we have mic problems. You tell me if I'm clipping or if something's happened with the mic. If not, I don't know. Yeah, just let us know if we have any audio problems. I tried my best, but I really just don't know what's going on. So yeah. It's fucking Ace Attorney Chronicles time. We left off in the office of our good Lord Van Zieks.
We're still here. We're still here.
God, he's handsome.
Hi. Hello.
And I think we just have to move.
We have to leave him now.
We have to leave.
Is there anything else you could present to him?
Well,
we have like one other thing?
We presented both of these.
We have nothing else to present.
Audio still sounds fine. Okay, that's good. I tried to make it so there's a little less background noise. I don't know how much it's working though.
It's gotta be Kazuma.
It's gotta be.
It's gotta be Kazuma.
It's gotta be.
There's no way.
I mean, if the audio is good, then you can hear how like rough my voice sounds right now.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess we're going to prison.
The way that Zieks held onto his prosecutor's badge.
Yeah, I wonder if he became a prosecutor for someone else.
Ooh, that's going in the deck.
You've been pulling your hair out. Yep, there's the dude. Oh man, this poor guy.
Oh boy. Okay. Welp.
Sorry, 1 second.
Okay, I'm writing down the theory that Van Zieks became a prosecutor for someone else.
Right. The warden said cell 11. That's this one.
Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner, look.
What's his name again? Professor Albert Harebrain, was it? Excuse me, Professor Harebrain.
Exclamation. Which one of us is going to take this guy? Oh boy.
I guess I could be this guy.
You okay with that?
Who are you?
I like that.
I'm Reno Skinner. A lawyer. Yeah, I'm a defense lawyer. God, he was real quick on the
Yeah,
update.
he sure was.
Oh, was it something I said? A lawyer, you say? What would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't... Yesterday's demonstration. That demonstration was, that magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens, no lawyer believes in science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity. Well...
Dukin's like, I'm gonna leave at high velocity.
Give me 1 second.
We're just gonna stare at the odd spot on the top of his head.
That's why he does have a weird,
face.
like...
This is his face now. This is very dystopian.
Now's probably not a good time to mention your zeal that made my concentration leave for a while. Your zeal made my concentration leave for a while, too. Wow. He just doesn't want to pay attention. All right, let's have a chat.
The Reaper's varsity years.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You mentioned the demonstration yesterday?
The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he?
Oh. Look, actually, the higher voices are way better for my voice. Like, because the problem with Gregson is that it comes from, like, the back.
Yeah,
like
you have a good voice for Hairbrain.
Like, Gregson comes from the back of the throat, and that's where it hurts right now.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy comes from high in the mouth.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I'm just hurting a different part of my voice.
Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really want to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense, the experiment was a failure, but at the same time it was a great success.
You've lost me.
I saw it with my own eyes right there in front of me. Mr. Asman completely spontaneously disassembled.
Well, I didn't reassemble.
Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculation has predicted.
He disassembled in a way that you could call an explosion.
Yes, he definitely
Sorry.
disassembled.
All right, at that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However,
The machine exploded and Mr. Asman in fact perished.
yes, I can't deny that part of my experiment was a failure.
So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct?
But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder.
I was responsible for a man's death. That's the immutable truth here.
Case closed. We can all go home.
And for that, I wish to be punished at once.
Oh, okay, he's at bottom.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, I can kind of tell just by looking at him.
Yeah, so this is going to be the case where we have to defend the defendant who thinks he did it.
Right. Mm-hmm. But, we have to defend Van Zieks' old bottom.
Mm-hmm.
But murder, never in a million years. It was an accident, simply an accident.
I see.
Ellie and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder.
How exactly?
Boy, 6 months into deep study of British law and you haven't figured out.
Well, if really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody.
On what grounds?
Yes, it's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
I wonder if this is a real thing or one of those made-up Ace Attorney things.
That one passed me by.
Hi, kitty!
Hello!
But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say...
Then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like.
Oh, I can see. The important thing here is the machine's integrity.
Oh, if they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it was made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea.
This is a copyright issue.
Uh-huh.
They'll be able my precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected at all costs. That's why it's imperative that this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial.
Oh my god.
Ah, I see now.
Dukin's just like, oh, okay.
All right, okay.
Alrighty then. Well, I'm trying to get back into Strongheart's good graces, so
Right.
what am I gonna do?
So, in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday.
Yes, or rather no, the devil's in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion.
Sounds the same to me.
You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating.
Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds.
And emotional bonds.
So it must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage, to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see. That's my amazing hypothesis.
Why didn't you start with an object, hey?
Yeah, how about, an apple?
Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science.
Can you do the history? I want to just, capture this, nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dare to dream of this technology, but don't try to test it on, a pen,
Right.
But dare to imagine it, dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in the cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again.
Well, yes, that would be incredible.
And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at a great Parisian theater, I say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach.
He was in Germany too long and wanted to reach German efficiency by skipping steps. So no more hiding in wardrobes on Rocky seats for 50 days.
Aw, dear
Aww.
You think fondly of your wardrobe days.
Yeah.
Hey, you didn't have to do it for all 50 days.
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk.
My word, that's exactly right. Well, what are the implications? Does this mean?
Oops, that's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the look of it.
Yeah, this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose.
The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. You could have used a pen or a rock.
Yep.
And that's always the fly in the ointment.
Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Yes, money. Money's the only thing we're concerned about here. And money that you young scientists don't have.
Go for it, Riddles. Tell me your hot takes.
That's exactly it, yes.
Ellie's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science.
Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time.
Ellie's saying the government should pay more of his rent, is what he's saying.
I met the well-known investor, Mr. Asman.
The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean?
Yeah, who
Let's
cares
talk about the Reaper.
The Reaper!
Wah.
Wow.
I understand Lord Van Zieks is a friend of yours from your university days.
Tell us all about him.
Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science.
What was he like back then?
Oh, boy.
Tell me about your younger days with Lord Van
He was
Zieks.
gloomy, but toppy.
Good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, and all-around nice fellow, really.
Is that so? Is that so?
Oh, was he
Well.
gentlemanly back then?
He was gentlemanly.
Oh.
Something turned him very
I'd
dark.
love to know that, Van Zieks.
He's like, what? Are we talking about the same...
Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Barak Van Zieks. What was he like when he was at university? Wow.
Damn.
Talk about a leading question, Bruno.
Yeah, also, like, people change? Hello?
As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman.
Okay.
After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zieks family, with all its great aristocratic origins.
Ooh.
So I put
Van
something down
Zieks'
like this.
backstory.
Van Zieks' backstory, but like one of my theories is that there's some like Zieks and Asogi clan history, and like Kazuma like is trying to repay some kind of blood debt or something.
So teleportation wouldn't work without time travel and vice versa. When you teleport, the Earth is either going to move away or even worse, move into you, and you'll either end up in space or on the ground, depending on how long it takes to time travel. And time travel needs teleportation because Earth just won't be at the same place in the universe as when you travel back and forth. Yeah, that's fair. That is completely fair because of just where the Earth like travels in space. I think that makes sense. I don't think if teleportation were actually invented, I don't think I'd want to.
Risk
I don't
it?
think I'd want to do it because I think that any teleportation that we would actually master within my lifetime will be as risky or riskier than just being shot out of a cannon.
Yeah, there's no chance. No
Hi,
way.
Ziva.
Hello, Ziva.
I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood.
Little darling?
Oh, was he like a proper little Bochan? Was he the little prince of the family? Did he have a little bow tie?
he was the Miles Edgeworth of the Van Zieks family.
Did he have a little puffy Pomeranian?
It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. Hi, Sage!
Well, his boyfriend got murdered or betrayed him or something.
Yeah, I'm not fond of the idea of being chopped up and rebuilt somewhere else. Exactly.
Let's not
like
do that.
this is also like a Ship of Theseus kind of idea. Like, would you be the same person?
Right? I don't think so.
The Reaper of the Bailey, no less.
It's like uploading your brain to the cloud.
Right.
Is that really you? No.
Yes, that's right. Like, what is you is the problem. Like, what if you're put back together just a little bit incorrectly?
Yep. Don't want to do it.
Exactly. Like, what makes this goes into what makes a person a person.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a little bit strange. Anyway,
I did hear, though,
What did you hear?
that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation.
Yes, his Japanese friend betrayed him and broke up with him or whatever.
really, what sort of event?
Tell us something.
Oh,
Fucking Christ.
I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore.
Really?
Oh,
I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already.
oh, yeah, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper,
Wow.
I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zieks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow.
Oh boy, yeah.
I mean, if that was possible, I think you'd be the same person because caterpillars. But are caterpillars really the same? Like, caterpillars, like, do caterpillars have the same personality after they're, after they change? Are they really the same organism, or are they just two different organisms made one just by our lack of object permanence? I don't know.
So what about the trillions of little things that live in our microbiomes?
Right. Are we just all like trillions and trillions and upon trillions of little tiny microorganisms
Yes.
that are just think that they're conscious?
Well, thank you all for taking all your trillions of microorganisms and spending that time with us and this crazy scientist locked up in a cell.
Exactly. Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're the same, like, mentally. I don't know. Each of your cells has a brain of its own. Exactly. Personhood is so fucking weird. So we're gonna change the subject out of an existential crisis, and we're gonna talk about Lord Van Zieks, and his weird backstory, probably.
Or we're not.
Or we're not.
All we're gonna get.
That's all we're gonna get.
That's it. But we're gonna find out about this ass man guy, who is an ass man, not a
boob man. Thank you, Ziva. You actually literally redeemed that as I was drinking, so I will count that one as a drink.
He was an odious man, you see.
Right. So the full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odious Man, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man?
He first visited my laboratory in Germany a year ago. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars.
I see. So you didn't really know each other. You hadn't really known each other until then.
Money for scientific research. I'm so envious.
As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel.
Oh, really?
He was also great in bed.
Right.
An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for a presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money for an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications.
But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion.
Hey, maybe we should be talking to the engineer.
I know. Engineer, bring that engineer onto the stand.
Right.
Press the engineer right now.
As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life.
Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying.
Why did this guy volunteer?
Right. So, Professor, just to make absolutely sure I've understood you properly, the huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim. You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work, is that correct?
As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it. Yes, it's true that the man perished in the machine of my invention, so I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still! I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life, not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science, that's all I know. You have to believe me, please. How do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis?
To search into your soul there, Duke.
Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that all my life.
He's thinking it over.
I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories. I am kind of a dumbass, you see.
Mm-hmm.
But I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please.
That and English and how to fit into small spaces.
Right.
Oh, when I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything.
After school special time again. Thank you for that, Professor. They're a little heavy-handed in the anti-racism message, but, you know, sometimes you can't be too heavy-handed.
Right. Thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court.
All right, Runo, it's time. Time to visit the great exhibition. I know you just want to go back to Van Zieks' office, but
Sorry?
we've got to go see the Crystal Tower. That's where the incident happened, isn't it?
To be fair, this game was made in Japan, and they're a little bit behind in their racial justice. We're gonna say a little.
I mean, all of the racism in this is reflective of the times.
Yeah, very true. I mean,
This
it's racism and xenophobia and all that fun stuff, and it's like the infancy of racial justice, basically. So they're like, we have to say these heavy-handed things because it's like we're literally laying the foundations of racial justice right now. You know, we have to lay the foundational bricks down before we build the very, very complex structure that is racial justice. All right, experimentation stage, hooray! Urf.
Yeah, it's interesting that he was like, well, I went to Germany and learned all this.
Right,
Sorry to
yeah.
tell you things did not end up going too well there.
Yeah.
But they got way better after.
Yeah, I was
after all
gonna
that.
say, I think Germany went a little bit downhill after after World War II, after World War One, they went a bit downhill, but World War One hasn't even happened yet, and you don't even know it's gonna be the first World War, so.
We're at the Crystal Tower at last. We've finally arrived. This is the day that we've been waiting for.
The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking.
Aw.
We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I've felt myself swooning 3 times.
I don't think you know what that word means, Yukin.
Wow, there's a lot of
Oh my.
very hot people.
Yeah. Whoa.
There are a lot of people, aren't there? You seem to be staring at 3 of them in particular. I've almost been trodden on by all 3 of those people.
Right?
They
Be
seem to be
careful.
staring at you.
Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand.
Aw,
Oh,
you being a good uncle.
we finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday.
Oh, that's cool. Is that the engineer guy, maybe?
What's that? I can hear voices from on top of the stage. Sounds like an argument.
Oh!
Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you. I'll arrest you in a minute.
I figured we'd see her again, but...
Oh yeah? Go on then, Inspector, give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it.
I think I just gave him... I gave him a different voice. I'm sorry. Wait, I know those voices.
You've got a cheeky mouth on you, young lady, but a night in the cells will teach you some manners.
Just try it, dare ya? You want that bag of chips rammed down your throat?
Please not Gregsy, please not Gregsy. Rip. No, it's Gregsy.
Yoo-hoo! Gregsy! What are you doing up there?
It's you. Here, you're here. Here you are, your ladyship. How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship.
What did they do with this guy after, you
Right.
know, the whole...
Does that make her 3 times a lady?
A...
I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable. I'll go have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying high as a kite in no time once I pulled some strings for you.
We know about the strings you can pull, buddy.
Right. Tobias Gregson, an inspector in Scotland Yard. Till recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be.
Watch it, sunshine.
Sorry. No mind reading, please.
What gives then?
Don't tell me you're on this case. Yes, I'm acting for the defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Dear me, that's a situation, is it?
Is it really that troubling?
Measly 5... I don't know.
I think that's Gina.
Measly 5 bob, that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You can stand to carry a bit more copper around your pockets, Mr. Naraodo.
What? Hey! That's my last bit of spending money, that is.
She's looking a bit more chipper now.
You can have it back, but I have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob.
This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or diver born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl that I was defending in court.
What's your problem, Odo? Diver, pickpocket, what's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do you?
I've had worse rammed down my throat.
You've definitely...
Missed her so much. Yeah, I want Gina to move in with us too.
She's a cutie.
I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground.
That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Odo. After years long time, people can change.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Also...
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Hello.
My another Cosma theory. They are laying the ground for people can change. From what you thought they were. I don't like it. I'm so conflicted. I want Cosma to be a flawed and complex individual, but I don't really want to see Ryo-kun's heart get broken.
Yeah.
I don't want him to be that. I still want him to be essentially the person we knew him to be, at least.
Right.
I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a
We're gonna learn that Cosma changed.
Right.
Learning to be a Scotland Yard detective.
Really?
Wow.
She's an apprentice detective.
That's wow. Damn, Gina.
Wow. Apprentice is the word of the day, I guess.
Yeah, everyone's apprenticing. So you have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Wow.
Ooh, Lestrade Kebuho.
$9.97.
Inspector? That bet is homemade, surely. The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us.
What's that supposed to mean?
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, all right?
Right, sir.
This raises a lot of questions. You know what? A lot of things that happened today are raising a lot of questions.
Let's go.
It was 8 months ago that I first encountered Gina in connection with the case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped a lot of them survive by pickpocketing, and then she got embroiled in a murder.
A lot of time to think in prison. Realized I couldn't go on like I was. Diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done.
So you went from being a pickpocket to a detective?
Well, know how criminals behave, don't I?
Yeah.
Good, isn't it? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh?
Yeah, I had to delete one. Don't worry. I didn't actually put the first one in. And then I had to delete it because I didn't actually do an ad. So it's all good, Riddles. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we are going to not get to investigate the crime scene.
Yeah. Talk about a sea change.
Then there's Iris's old man to think about.
Iris's father, you mean?
Yeah. I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him.
He dead as shit, my
Ooh,
dude.
You're not going to find him.
Just a small promise then, nothing serious.
Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how come I go with the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I?
Just a small problem, nothing serious.
And that's when Early approached Gregson and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her sort of apprentice. Aww.
That's really sweet. That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson. And brave.
Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
Okay. The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words.
Yes, that's entirely what we were
In
talking
other
about.
words.
Another word.
So long and the short of it is, if you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade.
He's cute.
Van
Look at
Zieks-
how cute.
I mean, who needs to read? And Van Zieks became the Reaper of the Bailey, and yet he has no idea what a box is.
It's true.
All right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Ooh, what, Bruno, what?
Mind reading, Iris. No mind reading.
But Susie taught me.
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper.
But she's still alive.
A trial which she was found not guilty. And yet, here she is still.
Come on, you're not still on about that, are you? Legend of the Reaper, or whatever it's called. Come, don't you have worry, Odo.
If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left.
Hey.
Hey!
It's like I told you before, isn't it? The Reaper's kind of like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. Now you really done nothing wrong, so he not gonna fuck with me.
Aww.
That's cute.
Nothing wrong might be stretching a point.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he? And
Yeah, well,
stole
he
his
fled the
cat.
country, so... Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought.
Exactly, so I ain't worried. I'm totally fine.
Sorry. Yay! Good job, Wes. You managed to get the timing right.
Was that what this world was? The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine, and suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment nearly yet.
Sorry?
You mean you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes? We're
Yeah,
going to
I was
call you to
pickpocketing,
testify.
hello?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge, ain't he? Keeping everything running smooth, I mean. Also, lots of pockets. Old habits and all.
The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's gonna take some getting used to.
So all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this! I was up with one of the flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above.
Really?
Oh boy.
No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too.
Hey, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
Seriously.
Inspector Iris?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do it. You know how to pull the boss in this place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start?
When you're old enough to work. No, you can't join Scotland Yard, Iris.
But I want to.
All cops are bastards.
We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success in a way.
It was? How could it have been?
Did he teleport his hat or something?
That'd be funny. Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call this experiment a success.
Okay, so maybe it's that his dead body was found somewhere else, right? A moment after.
That would be funny.
Yeah.
Like,
That would be a great
it
take on
totally
the Ace
disassembled
Attorney.
him and put him somewhere
Reassembled him
else.
dead.
That's so fucking funny. I like it.
Like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of smoke and that whopping great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower over there.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep. Hooray! Teleporting bodies.
The victim is twins.
What? In the tower?
You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold. Oh, where all the glass is broken, you mean?
Oh, that just means his corpse was flung through.
It was flung through
It was flung through the glass, obviously.
What a wonderful way to die.
Wow.
Teleported into your glassy death.
Yeah, you died from an explosion, was flung in through the glass. Where's his
Yeah.
corpse? Over here, over there, up there, and over there.
The cage the victim got into really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So you see, it did kind of work, didn't it?
Okay, theory.
What?
He's twins. He killed his twin so he could get away with whatever. So he could run off and abscond to Russia or who knows what.
Maybe. What? I don't believe it.
I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan and the experiment they drew up at the yard.
Are you sure?
I bet you Van Zieks gonna be over your shoulder at this one.
Oh, I'm sure.
I had 3 bob off here before, so fair's fair.
Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I?
Inspect.
I need to rotate this evidence.
Rotate it.
It doesn't rotate, but
Terrible wounds.
balloon.
There's gonna be something about which balloon was Gina in.
And it goes pew.
It goes pew.
All right. Let's talk about the investigation. What is this non-rotatable evidence exactly? Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. I'm gonna make you say it again, sunshine. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us.
Yes, naughty old Craigsy ran off after that without explaining himself. Oh, right, that. Out to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant.
In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations?
Ugh. Sorry.
Now you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither.
What? Why?
What did the boss call him again? The Forensic Investigation Team, I think.
Heh?
Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, innit?
Oh, great.
Yep, you gotta let the forensics people in.
I think it
Or
might
you
be
fuck
on
up the
your end.
crime
My
scene.
bitrate looks fine. So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yes, I've never heard anything like that before.
Thought I could have a gander on the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from down here, didn't you? It's not bleating fair.
I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it.
Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. You say something to an Odo? Go on, see if you can get through to him.
He's up on the platform above us, isn't he? Where that machine exploded, is it?
We can try, can't we, Bruno? Gregsy will listen to us.
I don't think Gregsy has any meaningful, like... Well, we can at least investigate down here.
Look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth.
It's not like any fabric I've seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable.
It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well.
Maybe that means it has something to do with the explosion.
Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn.
Rotate it.
This looks like balloon.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something.
Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers, too.
Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid if a small fire, at a small fire like this would have been.
I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Bruno.
Oh, sorry. Okay, what about this, like, loot over here? What is that?
Ah, it looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here.
Looks like it was a fucking loot or something. Dropped or hid? What's this? Some part of the machine that exploded?
Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. What's going on here?
Oh, nothing! I think I'll hang on to this just in case. Just gonna hide this real quick.
Let's hide this behind
Oh,
my
sorry.
back. Evidence to rotate?
Oh, yeah, right. It is probably rotatable evidence.
Rotate.
This is rotatable, right? Oh, wait. It looks like a layer of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like it before. But applying Mr. Sholm's methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really, really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning.
Good job, Dukin. Good job.
Or maybe not.
That's all.
He was trying to emulate Mr. Sholmes by being an idiot. This looks like a crossbow.
It does.
This is a fucking crossbow, my dude.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's not letting me do... It's not letting me, like, examine any part of it.
Weird.
This is a motherfucking crossbow. Do you see what I'm looking at here?
It's a crossbow.
This is a crossbow.
It's totally a crossbow. It's not just your epic Lord of the Rings knowledge.
No, like
It's clearly a
this has
crossbow.
to be a crossbow. Yeah, no, it's not just a lever. This is a fucking.
That's a crossbow.
This is a fucking crossbow. Why? Why is there a crossbow? Hello?
Just stuck in this tree here.
The Crystal Tower, it's certainly an apt name. It was built to be a focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is being so tall with all that glass. Yeah, those things look like they spread out. Yeah, exactly. I can't imagine them ever built. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan. Like a big glass building with metal, being tall.
Oh boy.
Man, no, Japan's gonna be.
Tokyo's never gonna get a tower just like this.
It's gonna be ancient forever.
There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently.
Oh no, that's totally fair. You're thinking about it's like a crank. Yeah, that's fair, Riddles.
Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum.
A zoo.
A zoo. There is a zoo. But I heard you had to queue for 3 hours just to get through the tours.
Well, at the moment, the shattered glass for the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw.
And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut. What's going to happen to the animals?
Suddenly, it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower.
Very
Yeah.
funny.
I'm hilarious.
Apparently, everyone's taken to the skies now to look down on the disaster area from above instead. Sky rubbernecking. There's a 3-hour queue to go open a balloon now.
Londoners must be very patient people.
Londoners love their queues.
they love waiting. Oh, you could go up. Whee!
Ooh. Who's hanging out up
It
there?
eats me up every time I can't think of a word in any of my language. It's very annoying. That's fair. I mean, I only know the one, and it bothers the hell out of me when I can't think of a word.
Oh god. Or when you think of a word, but in a different language, and then your brain is like in another language for a moment.
Right. That's relatable.
And then you're like, well, I can't remember what that word is in another language.
right.
That's where the cove ended up after his instant kinesis or whatever they call it. Dead, of course.
And yet they're calling the experiment a success?
What's the wooden scaffold there for?
I mean, that was Iris. That was Iris.
Yeah.
What's the wooden scaffold there for, Ginny? The coppers, our lad, set that up after the incident happened. See, if you were to ask me, what's that scaffolding there for? I would answer you. To get the body down, I think. Dunno, really.
Sometimes I know something in French, but not in any other language, and I'm like, what the fuck, Brady? I don't know what
We.
Did you help erect the scaffold then?
Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff like pockets to pick.
Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible, though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged the gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Probably more by being flung.
Mm-hmm.
Hello? It was an explosion, my dude.
Yep. It went phew.
I've been meaning to ask you for a while now, but what are those funny round blobs floating in the sky?
Oh, then the flying balloons I've been talking about. I want to go up in one so much.
I've read about situations like this in a magazine about strange phenomena. Creatures from outer space coming in round flying objects to attack Earth. Oh no.
He's read War of the Worlds.
He's fucking UFO or some shit. I suppose inhabitants of other planets are bound to be interested in the great exhibition.
Dukin.
This is after he had 4 brain cells, my
He
dude.
just lost one of them.
He's like, did you drop one in the crowd? Hello?
Yeah.
This is an Iris that's happening.
Amazing.
I think he's just losing his mind.
He just can't. Look at all of the new shit he's surrounded by. He can't even.
It's not, don't worry. I'll explain it all to you later over a nice cup of tea, Bruno. Now breathe.
I am breathing very heavily.
Poor Dukin. He will flip out if he's brought into one of those balloons.
The platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up.
About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what a policeman I just spoke to said. Should have converted that to meters.
I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan. We don't have feet in Japan. We all have like little wheels on the bottom.
It's about 9 meters. But soon you'll have been in London a year, Bruno. It's time you got used to our measurements.
Yes, well... This thing is so tall, the spectators in front would just have seen a wall and nothing else.
They probably thought they'd secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed.
UFOs have a funny name in German, flying saucer. Sounds funnier.
Flying saucer.
Yeah, we call them flying saucers too sometimes. There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse.
Yeah, deep.
Smart. I feel like it probably applies here. Yeah, we do call them that too. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate at the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Oh, we're just gonna walk up there, okay.
Up we go.
Up we go, I guess.
Whoa. Look at that.
That is a thing.
Wow.
Someone had to model that poor thing. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up.
Is that Russian back there? Is that supposed to be Russian?
Maybe?
Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion, and I've seen my fair share.
I'm sure. You've seen things like this before, you mean?
Of course, Harry's always doing experiments that end in a bang.
Oh, great.
He's always doing I'm a minor.
Okay. I was gonna say, I've seen him end in a bang a lot of times too, but you were a minor, so I won't say that.
In fact, his own words. Explosions are the very essence of chemistry. Don't you love hearing that from a 10-year-old child?
And chemistry is the essence of beauty.
Ooh. Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
That might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs.
One time he made something that exploded with such force it took the roof off the building. Wish you'd been there to see it, Bruno.
It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Well, anyway, that's enough about that. I can tell this is not a subject I should be talking about any further.
Okay. So, yeah. It looks totally like St. Basil's Cathedral.
Oh, the thing in the
Doesn't
background
it?
there?
Yeah, I think so. We can go investigate the Russians.
Oh, look, Inspector Gregson's over there.
True crime scene.
He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully.
Really? He just looks confused to me.
I'm just trying to look at things on the ground, but let's look at the... There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition grounds, aren't there? It looks like dumplings. I'm hungry now. Oh, I didn't actually really eat, did I? Oh, I had some soup. That's fair. And also ice cream. I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time.
Oh, in your country, Bruno? I do wish I could go and see it. I'd present a particularly steely samurai with the present of one of Early's stories I'd written especially.
Steely samurai.
A steely samurai?
A steely samurai.
And see if I couldn't get Early into a jam against some
Bartitsu? What?
Bartitsu,
You might
Master
not
Ninja.
find as many of those sorts of people around as you think.
Okay, Bartitsu doesn't. That's not a Japanese word. So I'm confused. What the fuck is that supposed to be?
Oh, well, that's dull.
Oh,
Should
but
we
I
just look that
do know a prosecutor with a Chonmage top knot I could introduce you to.
Fucking funny.
A Chonmage, really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him? Do you?
I don't think he has that top knot anymore. Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago, then yes.
I just like actually I was looking at Google to try to figure out what the fuck I was talking about. And I thought that you just improv that.
No.
But no. So holy fuck. So that just actually like totally grounded us in time. That was a year ago now.
That was a year ago.
That's fucking crazy.
What is that gigantic thing over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel.
Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'd be people riding inside those little cabins you can see.
Oh, it's actually moving. You can actually see it move just a little
that's
bit.
Cute.
Why? It's romantic. You'll go up in one
What
with
is
Van
that?
Zieks.
Why? What is that?
Why? Why is that?
Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery.
Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still. It is romantic, yes.
Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour.
If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think?
Ooh, learn to be
We're gonna take. He needs to go on a roller
He
coaster.
sure does.
I'm gonna find him a roller coaster to go on.
I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Bruno.
Yeah, it's called a roller coaster.
Yeah.
So he's an adrenaline junkie.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it?
Magnificently and mercilessly.
So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and beamed through the air.
Just sounds like a bad plan.
Yes, beamed, not blasted. That's the point.
Yes, that part's crucial, really. Something like that even possible, though, Iris?
No. Oh, Bruno, I'm just a child. How should I know?
Okay.
Oh my god.
A child when it suits you, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull...
Stop! Don't touch that!
But I just want to pull it. That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over just now, Gregsy.
Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here.
So sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Such a ridiculous fear of heights.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. Just like old times, this is. I'm not afraid of heights when I'm in something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid of heights when I'm on something.
Yeah.
Like when I'm on top of something and there's no railing, and it's just like nothing. Like if I can
No.
see down and there's
No.
nothing between
Ugh.
nothing like.
No.
Because I grew up very clumsy. So if there's nothing between me and oblivion, that's basically certain death for
Was
me.
it in the Sears Tower where there's like a glass floor?
Yes, that's the Sears Tower.
Really freaky.
So in the Sears Tower in Chicago, there is what they call the sky deck. And in the sky deck there is a it's basically like one of the very top floors of the tower, and there are like basically where there once was windows, they put like these little glass like cubes on the side of the building where you could go out and like walk onto the glass and you could see like all the way down below. That was freaky because there is something between you and the ground, but you can't see it. So it's really fucking scary. Hate it. Absolutely do hate it. But yeah, usually if there's a railing, I don't really care how high up I am. I can lean over a railing and it's fine. But like if I'm in something, it's fine. But like I could be like 10, 15 feet off the ground with no railing, and I'd be like, ooh, I'm scared. Like, so it really just depends on the circumstances. Like if I'm on a roof, I'll freak out. Because there's no like rail
on a roof.
But if I'm in a tree, I'm usually fine. Because I'm holding on to I don't know. It's weird, but I have a very specific fear of heights. Oh, sorry. We're representing Professor Hairbrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. We should be allowed to examine the crime scene. Ha, listen, Sunshine, I'm not even allowed to touch anything up here. That blasted special dispensation for scientific equipment act is to blame. It's driving me potty. Oh, yes, that special dispensation? God, I've been misreading this like 100 times. It's a control thing in heights? Yeah, kinda. You could say I'm a control freak. The professor mentioned that too. More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we?
Eh.
Surely that's all right, isn't it, Gregsy?
Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you?
Ryusha's heights. I'm 6'1", and as soon as my eyes are 7 feet above the ground, I sweat. Oof, that's rough.
Don't worry, we wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Bruno?
I would never touch anything, but never mind. She really knows how to get what she wants. Alright, let's talk to Gregson. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body? And then beam him across to the Crystal Tower? It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public.
True, it was by far the most unusual of experiments planned for the exhibition mind.
To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed.
Sames.
Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean.
The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment.
It seems like a bad plan.
They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements.
Oh.
If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see.
Oh, can you do history? That's some dark observations.
Yes, I suppose that's true in a way.
So the powers that be are placing heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment.
What sort of rights?
Copyrights.
They're making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new highfalutin special dispensation for scientific equipment act forbids it.
I see now.
The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the yard.
We're about to meet some wacky characters.
Yeah, these guys are gonna try and steal the fucking... Like, they fucking sabotage us so they could steal the plans or whatever.
Yep.
The forensic investigation team, it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard.
The forensic investigation team.
Any old fool can see that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. Just because it says it's scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it.
Poor Gregsy. He's very cat up, isn't he? I suppose that's when you're not gay.
He's very het.
Very het today.
You're being very het right now.
I think it's the coat.
And the hat. I think the hat's pretty het. Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here?
Are you having at me, Sunshine? It's the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. I'm going to make you say it about 100 times.
Special dispensation for scientific equipment. The special dispensation. I think Hurley mentioned that recently, with a real twinkle in his eye, as I remember. The special dispensation for the... What was it again?
What do you mean the coat? I have a coat like that. Oof.
Oh,
Rip Riddles.
it's the mustache then. It's a little bit too 70s gay.
I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Passed especially for this great exhibition it was.
Yeah, the mustache is now a straight head. It's a head mustache.
All scientists have to do is present their ideas for inventions to some suits in the civil service, and if you get rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. What does that really mean?
Nobody knows, Sunshine.
Think about it. Think about the world changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me, put forward by shammers like yourself. Like myself. Excuse me.
What the fuck, Gracie?
Excuse me.
Shammers? What?
Thanks for that.
What?
Piece of shit. I thought we were friends.
Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's all so fun.
Might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science, that's what I say. Ooh.
Oh, wow. He's anti-science.
He's a flat earther.
Yikes.
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
They're going to be having arguments about vaccination a while from now.
You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions. His conservative is showing exactly. But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. A scientist gets funding. Exactly, and that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science, hang it!
Oh, maybe I can see your point.
No, don't do the flat earthing thing, Iris.
But,
Science
okay.
is the future.
I see the point that he's making about they're bringing millions of people around the world to the city that he's there to protect, and he doesn't want to deal with all of this shit. Mm-hmm. But he's still an anti-science fuckhead right now.
I mean, he's still a cop.
He's a cop.
And all cops are bastards, except for Detective Gumshoe.
Except for Inspector Lestrade.
And Inspector Hosanaga.
And what about Kato?
He's kind of a bastard, though.
Yes.
Yeah. Hosanaga's a good boy. He's a good boy in the wrong profession. Apparently, Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany, now conducting his research. That's right, came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably from one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today.
Backstory.
About his time in further education. It turns out he was at university with someone we both know, Lord Van Zieks.
Choke on your chips.
What's that? That's news to me. He's pretty gossip right now. He's like, did you know Professor Harebrain used to be friends with Lord Van Zieks? But if Van Zieks if Van Zieks bans the prosecution, then the accused, the professor's fate is sealed because the Reaper will get him one way or another. Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking to Van Zieks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that? Mm-hmm. Gregson, I liked you and both of us were suspended. Mm-hmm. Right?
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about. Just a flesh wound.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder?
The mystery of the Reaper!
Yay! Let's talk about blah.
Blah.
The victim escapes the investor, Mr. Asman. He was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Lord Barak Van Zieks is a top-class prosecutor. But even he can't always push the right verdict, though. Sometimes justice can't win.
Especially with the jury system that they've currently got going
By
on.
the way, the thing is still smoky. Will anyone do anything about that? Yeah, why has nobody cut the power to this thing?
Yeah, just let it
It's
keep,
still sparking. Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified.
And I was there when things like this happened.
And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard has suspected Van Zieks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. Although the man himself denies that charge. Well, we've done a very thorough investigation. And the conclusion we reached... So Lord Van Zieks is in no way related to the deaths to those people outside the courtroom.
It's because he only ever appears at the courtroom and his office.
There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would. But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't have just coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. I bet it's only men operating the power system around that place. To this day, they think it's manly to work on electricity, so the power is still on. Sorry. I totally missed that. Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zieks was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind. What? He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what that was? They're just gossiping right now.
Yep.
Gossiping about Lord Van Zieks.
They heard Van Zieks was attacked, huh?
Yeah, he seemed like he said he was a nice guy in university. I'd like to know that
Who
Lord
said he
Van
was a
Zieks.
nice guy?
No clue.
Oh, that's the face of a man who has a clue.
Yeah, you have a clue. Really?
Like,
You look like you have a clue,
you
though.
have a clue, though.
Look, I've got my hands full watching. Yeah, this guy's got he knows.
He's got a clue.
I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh?
No one wants to talk about the Hound of the Baskervilles. Just no one. That's got to be case 4. Come on. Says Iris.
Paris, don't tell Herlock that I was asking about Van Zieks.
Yes.
Don't tell Cosmo I was asking about Van Zieks.
Herlock's like, when do I get invited to the castle? I want the 3 wine.
Right? Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Don't touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear? I won't touch a thing, I promise, so please spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? Now that he's eating fish and chips, I'm like, I really want a burger.
God.
I really want a burger right now.
Fries.
Yeah. Cosmo knows he already saw. He looked at Van Zieks in his office. True though.
Oh, that's right. He was. Cosmo was right there when Deerkin showed up and is like, "But are you okay,
Lord Van Zieks?
Lord Van Zieks?
Are you all right?"
I'm fine. What of it? Oh.
Okay. I'm just gonna hang around in your office for a little while, Lord Van Zieks. I'm just gonna lay on this chaise.
I'm just gonna look around at everything.
Yeah. Cosmos like walks over to Ryukun and like looks him dead in the eye, like, "Hey, fucking stop."
Maybe that's why Cosmo didn't say anything.
Right? He's like,
"Oh, I was about to say, my love.
Right.
I've missed you for so long, but."
He's like, I'm going to smack the shit out of you if you keep looking at him like that. He asked, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. What did he ask? Could really disassemble people, right?
No.
If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we?
because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly, the ignoring obstructed flaming rules. Oh, look at the base of the machine there.
Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh.
It's a screwdriver, I think.
A?
Oh, it's a lovely one. The handle is in the shape of a capital letter A.
It is?
It's a Sogies.
Oh, yes, you're right. A-Sheen!
A-Sheen!
What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything I said. Touch anything, I'll make sure you kill you before I get struck up myself, my said. Yes, I understand. Sorry. Really touched it a teeny weeny bit.
Did we get it, though?
No.
But Gracie, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really very, very curious.
Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Bruno found it first.
I assure you I'll investigate it thoroughly.
Ben Zieks is gonna hide it till the end of the trial.
He's gone off with it.
That was very mean, I'm afraid. Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Poor Gregsy. We'll see it at the end of the trial. Yeah, probably. Right, are you done here, Mr. Naruto?
Apparently.
Sorry? Is it about time you were leaving, or rather, it is about time you were leaving.
Just to be clear.
That lot are here now.
Oh, we're gonna meet these wackos.
That lot?
The forensic investigation team. They'll be giving me the heave-ho in a minute, too.
Oh, God. Are these gonna be repeat characters or totally brand new wackos?
Probably brand new wackos.
Oh dear, poor Gregsy.
Well, we'll divide them up. Divide and conquer.
Here, have another cup of my special blend to cheer you up.
I'm not making those sounds.
Glug. Glug, I say.
Ah, that hit the spot. Yep, hits it every time. Well, at least I've seen the scene with my own eyes. Looks like this is as far as we're gonna get with our investigations here, at least.
I've been thinking.
Thinking? How do you do that?
Thinking, it's when you take your two brain cells and you just rub them together.
Hey, I have 3 now.
Well, you can put them all of them together.
I lost one on the way in.
That's right, you did have 4 before.
Yeah, I dropped it in the crowd. I'm sorry.
Harley might know something, mightn't he? He thinks occasionally.
About what?
I don't know.
I've forgotten what we were just talking about.
Apples, St. Basil's Cathedral, Mr. Reaper!
About what happened to Lord Van Zieks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university.
Get it out of Hurley!
Something that completely changed his life.
Get it out of someone.
Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. Isn't he in the middle of some big case? He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he?
Here, this is what you need.
What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket?
Oh my god. Go meet him for a
Madame
date.
Tuspels. Is this supposed to mean something to me?
You don't know it?
Oh god.
It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like.
No. We don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow.
Where do you think Hurley is? He's waiting for your date. It's where he is, you see.
What? At this popular London attraction?
At this time of day, at this...
Yeah, in this part of the country? How is it that you know where he is?
Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Bruno.
Madame Tuspels. I don't see how this could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then... stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them.
Okay, my current theory... doesn't want him to know because Cosmo's gonna be there.
Probably
as
not.
the apprentice.
Probably not. Also, I did want to examine like
can't
the
wait
top of this
forever.
damn thing. Yeah, hello.
Yeah, what about that?
That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing toward the crystal tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going.
I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Bruno. It was set up to beam people to the Crystal Tower where they'd be reconstructed in their original form.
That's what I said. Shoots people. Well, I don't like the look of it. If it were as amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course.
Suppose that's true, yes.
But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it?
Spoken like someone who would know.
So those are people carrying balloons dangling silent in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. But I never would imagine it would involve them being suspended from colorful floating tamari ham balls.
That's so cute. So cute. Aw.
I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Bruno, please.
If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it.
Aww.
Aw, he is an adrenaline junkie!
Yay!
But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared.
Oh, he's a scary
Oh, he's a little scared.
boy. You do the history. I want to save this. It is very cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground as long as it doesn't explode.
Yeah, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Alright, later, Gregsy. We're going to
boy.
Madame Tuspel's.
I knew it is actually, oh my god, it is actually a Madame Tussauds thing. Wow. Amazing. Who's gonna be there in wax? Wax.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Wait.
What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes. But why are the people so still?
He's such a scaredy boy.
Guillotines, ruthless murders. Oh, I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. Oh, he's a big scaredy boy.
He's a scaredy boy.
They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Bruno? Shocked?
Oh, wax models?
He's freaking out.
Ah! I read about dead bodies in wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena.
You should maybe stop reading that magazine.
Yeah, maybe you should really stop reading the fucking tabloids.
Oh.
Depending on how the corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax. Apparently, it's called a adipocracy. What the fuck is that word? Hold on.
Like, is it adipose tissue turning into wax? And that's why it's called
Grave wax, a waxy or greasy decomposition product formed from hydrolysis and hydrogenation of tissue fats. Oh, it's like a hello?
Your fat turns to wax.
Basically. This is like decomposition.
Yep.
This is extremely scientifically specific.
Yep.
How do you pronounce it? All right, hold on. Audio path.
We're getting there.
Adipocere?
Adipocere?
Weird.
Adipocere.
Very weird. Okay, you gotta text that to me, sweetie.
Text you this thing, the adipocere.
Yeah.
You gotta remember this for the bot.
For the bot, yeah, which I have not even remotely started, like getting that shit in.
It's gonna be the next,
Literally,
message
like,
you
this
get
is an
after.
extremely complex scientific, I'm surprised you know about this.
He's reading some weird shit.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing one of these is going to be like a Sherlock Holmes exhibit thing.
Mm-hmm.
Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyway, adipocere doesn't form readily, you know. It's only in very specific... What now?
I've just remembered something else I read. In a magazine about another strange phenomenon. Dude, you really gotta stop.
And don't read this before night.
You really gotta stop reading these magazines, my dude.
He's had 6 months to study.
There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display.
Oh boy.
God, who let him read these? Cosimo, why are you letting him read these?
It's all Mr. Sholmes' fault. He's got a stack of them in the bathroom.
Right?
None of the exhibits in here are real.
Ugh.
They're all entirely man-made replicas. That's a bathtub that she's going to drown her in after she stabs her to death.
They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them.
Oh,
There's no way anybody could make models of people that are that realistic. And they're all such gruesome scenes.
So gruesome.
Wait.
what is it?
Oh, no. I must be seeing things. They got Mr. Sholmes too! Excuse me?
What? Hello?
Wait,
Can we, with the arm,
are we gonna look at that for? Let's talk to Mr. Let's ignore Mr. Sholmes. Let's talk about this arm.
What's going on with the arm?
Is this an arm?
It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models has fallen over.
I think maybe it's a murder.
It's a double murder case.
You don't think this could be the work of one of those mass murderers in here, do you?
Bruno, stop scaring me.
Is it a wax arm or a real one?
Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels.
Oh God! Objection! Okay, we're just gonna ignore it. All right, hello.
Okay, Sholmesy.
It's the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here, really?
No.
Well, he is world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it. Ooh.
Oh.
I know. But look, Bruno, you can kick this early and he doesn't move a muscle.
You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris.
Wait. Yeah. Yes. Oh, that was good.
Do it again.
It just moved, I'm sure. Not just a little bit either.
Kick him again.
Really? Did it?
And look closely. There are beads of sweat on his face of this waxwork model.
It's creepy waxwork model.
Kick it again!
Kick it again.
Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing.
My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner as if you've seen something truly abhorrent.
Mr. Sholmes!
Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruto.
Temporary waxwork? What do you mean?
I'm a temporary exhibit man. And that kick, could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me. But Bruno has something he needs to ask you.
Ugh, I do. I mean, a question?
And I thought you'd probably be getting bored, too. So here we are.
I do like it when you pay attention to me.
I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that.
And my great... I was about to say my ADHD brain would have lost its mind, but
my great brain upon which all my success has been built would have turned to wax.
Thank goodness we arrived in time.
Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you?
He could know something, it's true. About Lord Van Zieks and what happened in the past to change him.
Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you're in luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing, seeing as no one has paid attention to me for an entire hour.
Well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry.
No, let's talk about everything and anything. If my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now.
But how could it be?
We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now I must return to my work.
What?
What?
What? Back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit?
What? Yeah, okay.
Hello? What is this place?
Madame Tusples came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. Their museum...
There are museums like this in Japan, too, but these displays are something else.
I was just reading your mind. Susie taught me.
Please don't. I mean, they aren't made from actual people, are they?
Of course they are. The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine.
That sounds grim.
The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned. Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses right there at the site of the executions. Can you do the history?
That really turns my stomach.
I'll look this up later. Okay. Yeah. That's just one of several legends about the Tuspels family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, now that I have spread more rumors and speculations, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is this House of Horrors.
House of Horrors.
Of course, visitors often mistake it for the House of Horrors.
Yeah, right.
But the numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition, and also word got out that there aren't any whores here, so...
Right, can we go to the House of Horrors?
Ask your dead boyfriend about that. But people usually flock here
My
to
maybe
see...
alive boyfriend, hello?
Oh, what's this? We must have some tea. But actually, back to my work. I'm very busy now. But anyway, as I was saying, they flock to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they're even stiffer now than the models of them. Ha ha ha, I'm hilarious.
Have you heard of poor taste?
I have an abundance of poor taste. The public live for it. They yearn to be shocked.
So, the hideous exhibits in here are...
Widely popular, as we said. They're all portrayals of real events that actually took place.
Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop?
Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. You'll have nightmares, and then you'll kick me out of bed in the middle of the night, and that's very annoying.
Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? What did you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes?
Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act.
Catching them?
Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare him. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. Woo! For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. That's how I'm paying the rent right now, you see.
Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But Why, Mr. Sholmes?
Because we got denied a research grant, that's why. My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money!
We need to pay the rent. Because you are not helping. You are literally just sleeping with me.
Mm-hmm. And we're feeding you, and...
He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors.
As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent. And I have the ravenous iris to consider. Not to mention my additional
So when he's low on money, he goes to the House of Horrors.
Yep, that's what he does. Oh, can you do history? This is like...
But why? For the money!
Right?
Hallie, I'm so hungry. If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo.
I have been doing my bit. I've been shoving my bit very, very
You
far.
may have to do more than with just your bits.
Oh, okay. What's he threatening to rope me into now?
A job?
I'm a lawyer!
So with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours.
Maybe some other time.
Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril.
ignores.
Back to being a waxwork again. Is it just me, or did his final remark there sound a lot like a curse?
I think he cursed you. He
Right.
cursed you. You're cursed. Stan Zieks! Zieks' backstory! Give it up, Sholmes!
Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then?
Actually, it's about Lord Van Zieks.
Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust.
Well, I used a map. Van Zieks' time. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in
Oh.
about everything I learned. About Lord Van Zieks, about Professor Harebrain,
And about the apprentice?
and about the strange coincidence that they had been at university together.
What about the apprentice?
Nope, nothing about the
Not
apprentice.
talking about that.
We're just gonna not talk about him.
Sholmes about that guy.
So I'm wondering what it is that happened to make Lord Van Zieks such a different person.
I was sure that you'd know, Hurley.
It was 10 years ago when she's a kid. She wasn't even born then, so she's 10 years.
You said there was something going on here in this exhibition hall before. Something that was afoot? And that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes, he suddenly clammed up.
He's really good at that when he wants to. Well, it seems we've reached the... Greetings?
Greetings. Oh, a lovely
what?
lady.
It's a witchy witch.
You'll have to take this one, because I've taken quite a few people in this case.
Yeah, okay, alright. Okay.
Oh, hello.
Magical girl.
Where did she appear from? She's very pretty. Hello. What's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious?
This is...
Ooh.
What the? Whoa. Oh, she's from the family.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. They're supposed to be French. Fuck, I can't do a French accent. I don't think I can do a French accent without it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't even try.
Oh, God. Okay. It's gonna take a moment to figure out this one. Okay.
I hope you are appreciating my museum.
Sorry, have we... Mr. Sholmes, do you know this?
Nope.
Not again.
My apologies. I am Esmeralda Tuspels. This is my museum of waxwork.
What, you're the Madame Tuspels.
Bien sûr. Though only 26 years young, I might add.
Very, very young. Is that significant somehow?
I'm a madame in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi.
Right.
Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks. Or rather, one waxwork in particular.
That'll be Mr. Sholmes then.
I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble.
Put her together, Mr. Shamspear.
Right.
She sounds deadly serious.
That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Schultz about Lord Van Zieks now?
God damn it.
Let's not forget what Hallie said before. About something being afoot right here in the museum, I mean.
Yes, I know, but...
I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here. Is the arm alive or dead?
Haven't we got enough on our plate already?
Poke the arm, Bruno.
Motherfucker.
Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Tuspels?
I did. I am the 3rd generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh! It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution, as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing lifelikeness. All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hallie. Ha ha! Ha ha! What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions, that is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness that I just revealed to you,
That
strangers.
sounds terrifying.
All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see.
Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying?
Nope. The public is the public that wants to watch, like, 15 kids and counting, you know?
Right. You can probably thinks this was their execution.
Yeah.
I mean, could have been.
Do not fear.
Sorry?
This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians, something for every taste, I hope.
It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it.
Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things.
Oh boy.
What's the situation with that?
What indeed is the situation with that? I ask myself every day. My temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal.
He thought you were the House of Whores, so he was gonna whore himself out.
Proposal.
Oh, what sort of proposal? A marriage proposal?
I said I don't.
Right. You are obviously homosexual.
My dear madam, what these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Or words to that effect. Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective.
It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about it.
Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course, and then I found out he thought this was the House of Whores. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms. He wanted way too high a price per hour for his body.
So I was gonna say, let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services.
For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. I don't need you to dive into my cauldron.
Right. I'm a lesbian. Someone else dives into my cauldron for me.
Mm-hmm. I'm a witch. Do you think that I would fuck you?
Right. Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch.
Get thee to the House of Horrors.
Yeah.
Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead.
Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing, though, does he?
You ask him. I can't seem to get him out of here. I would think not, but he was very insistent. I have a 50-shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. Namely, the fact that my lodger doesn't have a job.
Mm-hmm.
Or words to that effect. It's the prawn broker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem.
Ooh.
The manuscript, maybe? It's still
Right.
the prawn brokers.
Probably. Is the consulting detective work not going so well?
Something afoot. Something arm.
I wonder, could I ask you something?
Bien sûr.
I'm just curious, is anything going on at the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps?
Whoever suggested such a thing to you?
Oh, well, it was your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he disappeared.
God fuck almighty. Who's this gonna be?
Ah!
Oh, it's
No.
him. A wax model, something. Not some tawdry object for trade.
There you are.
Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down?
Well, yes, actually. Haha.
Kind of.
Now that you mention it.
My dear Madame Tispels, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Exclamation mark. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not?
She's turned as white as a sheet.
Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings.
Is this your new thing? Herlock, you're just gonna go around and be like, oh, whoopsie-daisy, there's a dead body in the corner, it seems. Well, just so
Right.
happens that a great detective is around to solve this case for you.
Right.
Please be aware that I prefer... No, I insist upon payment in advance. I'm just that good.
I'm going to call the police.
Inspector Gregson. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? That is the Tuspel's special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it. Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict a serial killer then. I mean, a special one. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder?
For 50 shillings.
For 50 shillings. Ah, absolutely not. There's nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madame. That's amiss. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain, Ah. I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens. Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only a soupçon.
I'm glad that you took her because I don't know any French whatsoever.
You can get the next German. Number 139, a police inspector, maybe?
I must confess I peeked behind the curtain earlier, of course. As one does. The Tuskbill special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene. A sheen! Or
Hooray.
a grave related to Van Zieks' backstory. And yet somewhat surprisingly, it's going to be someone Van Zieks who's the guy in the painting. The waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Poke?
Well, then perhaps Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor, is the ruthless killer himself.
I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not even a waxwork, in fact.
What?
Oh yes, he's dead.
Yes.
As carefully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first, he's napping. The second, he's dead. A sizable business transaction has been we're gonna do a
We're gonna do the extraordinaire. The fucking.
Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime.
She looks pale as candle wax.
I don't understand. So, Madam Tuspels, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. There we go. Yup.
Mm-hmm.
Can we take a tiny breaky break?
I was actually just about to suggest such a thing.
Yeah, a little
But
breaky break?
we might have to wait until we've.
Can we
Here, right here.
Right here.
It's a little breaky break.
We're a little breaky break. We're gonna do a little tiny breaky break. Whee!
This is gonna kill my vocal cords, man.
Yeah, so
Whew.
I do a big stretchy stretch. We're gonna do a breaky break, stretchy stretch, go to the potty, and possibly get something to eat. I'm going to, it's probably gonna be like 10-15 minutes. Or 10, between, anywhere between 5 and 15 minutes. I'll see you guys. Hello, we're back. We got burgers.
You're gonna have to just deal with the noise.
Yeah, I'm sorry about it. We are hungry. You got me in the mood for burgers when you were talking about chips. I don't know why. All right. Let's talk, Mr. Sholmes.
To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is a foot here in this museum. It's literally a foot.
It's about 12 inches.
Oh, you learned that today, did you?
Sure did.
What else did you learn today?
That I'm about 12 inches.
I learned a lot about wax
Right.
and hot air balloons and creepy science.
The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag.
Ooh.
Ooh. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. If you don't mind sharing the wealth. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. It says, bathroom this way. It's where you're going to hide all your money. Waxwork for sale? Your business has hit hard times, it seems. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of 200 pounds. No. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock. A shock by the price. The cause of which is clearly known to you. Ah! Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds! You smacked him in the face with it!
You can say with 99% certainty it's not a
It would appear
sheen.
that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively.
But that 1%, it might be a sheen.
God, Sholmes, will you just get through this already so I can take a bite of my fucking burger? God fucking Christ.
If it is a sheen, I'm gonna laugh so
If it's
fucking
Asian, yeah, I know, seriously.
What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result? The scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret.
It's not the dumbest one he's ever come up with, I gotta say.
I mean,
He's had dumber.
it's pretty stupid. But it's not, it's no lion was in the room.
The question that arises then is, what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. Such as is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman, currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant Don Clay.
Oh.
That sounds like, oh my god. Jon Snow.
It's John Clay.
The bastard child. What are you talking about?
The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But Next, we turn our attention to the old man, sat before him with the particularly unsightly visage, whatever. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact as if he were waxwork. Ah, but you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe! The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Says a new scarf. Threepence? A tragically low price, you might say. You could get hold 2 hours of gas with that.
Or a scarf, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. He's just sleeping. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant £200. God, Sholmes, let me eat my burger. The sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madam?
I've been thoroughly enjoying my burger while you've been.
Motherfuck. You're gonna also have to take Iris when they figure out this shit, because I want to fucking eat. I do not. Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit and not a moment too soon. Are you done yet, Mr. Sholmes? Okay.
Thank you, Riddles, for the drink redeem. That is actually an eat redeem.
Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Now eat your burger.
I have eaten about 3/4 of my burger so far. And you've eaten
God damn
about
it.
a fourth of your burger.
And the fries have gotten cold.
Oh, already?
Yes!
And maybe we should have kept him in the bag.
I know! God damn it. Fuck you, Sholmes. You stupid deductions. Okay.
To be fair, they were piping hot when I came in.
I see I've stunned you all into silence. Maybe you just wanted to eat. You have, Hurley, you have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot. And I don't mean the way she gets when she's around other witches, but I'm a minor and I wouldn't know.
Right. If I could just bring up one teensy-tiny little baby point, Mr. Sholmes.
You can bring up all the points you want, dear Kun. In fact, could you bring up at least 20 points? Because I just really want to eat it.
The notorious Naruhodo 1 point. Ha ha. I'm all ears, my fellow.
Mm-hmm. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So, that would mean that he's a particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it?
The Killer Policeman, Ottermole.
Sorry?
It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether. And it turned out the culprit was the policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottermole.
God damn it. I'm taking some of these fries back and putting them in the bag again, because I'm not going to get to eat them. Fuck all three of you. But especially you, Herlock.
Mm-hmm.
I want...
No! It's okay. It's okay. Most of them landed on the chair and not the floor.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Ugh.
I can't even move because they're right under the wheel.
I can't move either. God fucking damn it.
The fries fell.
I can't move. I actually can't move at all.
Okay. I got the ones that are on the floor.
Really? That was all?
There.
It definitely felt like there was more than that.
There weren't very many. All right.
Can we just give me mute for a second?
Sure. One moment. Sorry. Okie dokie. Sorry about that. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be?
Indeed. It is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well.
But is 200 pounds a lot of money for a wax model? Eat it. Eat, baby. I will be Herlock Sholmes for a little while.
Oh.
Fries were retrieved. Don't worry, it wasn't all the fries. It was just a handful. It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things in perspective. So that's quite a lot, then. Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down. That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous. Oh, the smell of molten wax is starting to worry me. Mr. Sholmes did more or less accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright. To make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions. Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight. Well, let's not get things too straight. Let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Tuspels vents her anger. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tuspels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work.
Yeah. Flaunt that katana.
Mm-hmm.
Course correction. He's dumb.
Blah, blah, blah. I do not think that's correct, my friend. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true. But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks, even for 200 pounds. Oh? She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. For that much money, I would. But it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway. I wonder if 200 pounds would have some other significance. Let's follow that furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it. Okay. I have now finished my burger and have only fries remaining. Okay. Huh? This note on the wall, what does it say? What's that note doing pinned on the wall there? Oh, yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tuspels, we've taken the prisoner from his room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd of October. What? This is... It's just the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped. Yes, it's a ransom note. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Take that.
Take that.
The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by this ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness abducting a waxwork. 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, and yet you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have.
It's a Van Zieks.
In summary, then, 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. That would be funny. If it
Wouldn't
was
it?
a Van Zieks
It's a
model,
Van Zieks model.
that would be
It's a-
fucking hilarious. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? Definitely not. Definitely not that. So if the waxworker was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who the man is? We could just ask him when he comes round. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down.
Aw. Cute. He's trying so hard.
Yeah, he's like, Iris, we have to play by the rules. We're exploring the beauty of the deduction process. We're not just gonna go and ask somebody. We have to entertain Mr. Sholmes for now. He's treating Sholmes like a child, is basically
Totally.
what it is. Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Tuspel's trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Hand?
What the fuck?
This is just Madame Tuspel's right hand, isn't it? Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all. Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look. Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please. And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard. You're a minor. You mean it's a dildo? It's made of wax? A wax dildo. That would probably be, yeah. Probably wouldn't work very well, huh? Anything that gets soft during when it's warm. It's definitely not a suitable dildo. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow.
Sherlock. Of course.
How could you? The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be the right hand, but on closer inspection reveals it's in fact a left hand. I mean, wax would probably work better than gallium. I actually don't know what gallium is right now. I'm not thinking very much. Sorry. And somewhat masculine as well. You have man hands, is what I'm saying. In other words, it doesn't belong to you, madame. It is the hand of a waxwork model. It's a metal that heats melts below body temp.
Whoa.
Oh, like I guess kind of like mercury, but mercury is melts at room temp. So some of the visitors to my museum may be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. You mean that arm? Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson.
Whap. I liked him fixing his badge right there.
Right. He confronted the man and he tried to take the arm back. And the result, the scene we see before us, he was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. Nice. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to the other policemen that some crime is underway.
A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret closely guarded by Scotland Yard.
That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away.
Well, uncovering secrets is any true detective's nature, of course.
Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. What the? The man is sticking... the man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be.
Ah, well that settles that then. He's an amputee.
Right, this isn't a real person at all.
His entire arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down.
His arm's been... Of course, that ties in with what we just found out.
You guys... You're taking a very long time to put this all together.
Can you take over again, baby?
I am almost there.
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub.
One more.
No such boneless human walks this earth. Of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing there, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Schultz. Look at that.
Oh. I like that.
I like his little, like arms crossed.
That's a good, like, That's a kind of Cosmo look right there. You know, it's like, with his new...
I'm disappointed in you.
He's like, yeah. He's brought Cosmo's disappointment into his relationship with Herlock and made it his own.
Right.
Okay. Can I exchange starting up again for 2 more fries? Yay.
Oh, this guy and this guy.
There you go.
Yay, I got more flies.
We're almost done eating, I promise.
All right, here we go.
He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year.
Well,
I simply had to make a model of the man.
Y'all, do you think Ryukun is actually the smart one in this relationship?
yeah.
Of course
I mean, look at Herlock.
Somehow, he has 4 brain cells. I'm sorry, 3. And somehow he's the brains.
Yep.
Naturally. What other explanation could there be?
And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor on the special exhibit, wasn't it?
He looks so sharp.
Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with the particularly unsightly visage. We've been over this before.
It's a brand new scarf. And taking the price tag off.
Killer Policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known?
It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. 3p isn't much money. Only gets you about 2 hours of the gas.
Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Caradub's delightful lodgings, in fact. So this special killer is taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum tried to ransom for £200. Is this crusty old Killer Policeman Ottermole, really?
Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up.
This is gonna be a real-ass person
Yeah, obviously.
that you just called crusty.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's gonna be the fucking scarf, hello? I don't believe it.
It's the secret sign that lets other detectives know some criminal activity is underway.
Yes, it's a slightly strange choice of outfit if he was trying to go unnoticed.
Ah, He must be a detective disguised as a policeman.
Or a detective disguised as a waxwork model of a policeman.
He doesn't look like he's clever enough to think of something like that, though.
Perhaps you should try to be a little more polite about him, Iris.
Yeah.
Look at this. The old man's tapping his foot like crazy.
He seems to be fast asleep, though.
He's not tapping his foot consciously then. So you mean he's possessed?
It must be a twitch.
Never mind that. The point is, waxworks don't tap their feet. Or twitch. Look at his arm, too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we? Alright. He's a twitch. Look, he's a streamer. He's got a twitch.
Yep. He's streaming.
Says riddles. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch.
Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard.
He can't have a twitch if he's made of wax. You can't stream any games if you're not a person. Unless your Twitch plays Pokemon, in which case you must be a robot. Slight shift of your choice of adjectives then.
There you have it. Well, Madame Tuspels? Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come here in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep.
But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? There's a very handsome look on him. He's just very handsome.
He's just a handsome boy.
This is a handsome boy. Look at how handsome this boy is.
No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Should buy me one of those.
Yes, the secret sign used by a detective to show some criminal activity is currently underway.
Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here.
Sorry, I had to look at my armband for a second.
As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective. So, it would seem that we finally arrived at the truth. You're going to pay my rent.
Right.
Yeah.
The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped.
And Scotland Yard are already investigating.
Is he gonna...
But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle.
Or, Ryunosuke Naruhodo's deduction.
We're a team. You've paid the rent now.
Hooray! We still don't know shit. That's been the conclusion.
All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway... I'm just going to transform into my extra super magical girl look now. This is just my ordinary magical girl look, the everyday one. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe, and basically that's only because I got to see two men dance together.
Right.
It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle.
And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted.
So you're going to charge me all that money and then not really know,
Mm-hmm.
Tragically, it was as was the money from my pocket abducted by you. Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork.
She was right there where you can rededucted
Yes,
Schultz's whole
seriously.
deduction. How does everyone give Schultz
I
credit?
know. Anyone who's met him knows he's not great at all.
Right.
That's why Zieks is always like, a great detective, really?
Mm-hmm.
In as much detail as possible, if you please. Ah, very well. But after I've told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work.
Well, now
Duke's
that you've
like-
paid me for my deduction.
Dude just wanted to ask about Zieks.
Right?
He's like, what the fuck have I been dragged into?
Mm-hmm.
The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish.
The wax model is all that was killed.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please.
It was some days ago now when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. Is it your most prominent Oh, it is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place.
The culprit must have broken in the night and taken it then.
So, this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose.
At least Ben Zieks sees that I'm the brains. Yeah. Yeah.
It's got to be a model of the incident that happened 10 years ago. or
Ben Zieks
something.
does call us learned.
Yeah, learn it.
We have yet to know if he's being sarcastic.
Mm-hmm. Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Sorry.
I was like, I thought that
I
was
know.
actually what it was. I was like, what?
Oh. Yikes.
The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor.
What?
So, okay. So Zieks' university professor turned out to be a horrible killer.
Not a name I've ever heard of.
So, Mr. Nadahodo, seems the circle is complete.
Sorry?
The Professor case happened at around the time. Yep. This is the fucking case.
Yep.
Let's go. What was the case? It happened around the time I was born, didn't it? 10 years ago, to be precise.
Crazy theory?
Creeping on 11 now.
Crazy theory?
Crazy theory.
Wasn't Professor Mikatova a professor in England before he came
Susanto's
came
dad
back
is
from
a horrible
Japan?
murderer.
And Ben Zieks would have known him because he was...
Mikotoba. The dad he's the killer all along.
He was a murderer all along.
Okay, so theories. We have only like a moment for they actually tell us. So.
It has to be the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Yep, okay. So Mikotoba is the
Mikatoba.
professor.
Mikatoba A. Sheen.
Yes. Okay. Mikotoba is the professor. A. Sheen is the professor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The professor was Zieks' professor. Also gonna go like the professor could have been no, I think if the professor had been a Van Zieks, we would know about that by now.
A. Sheen is actually Professor Mikatoba.
Yes. A. Sheen is Mikotoba.
Yeah, like Mikatoba had to change his name when he came home.
Okay. Alright, here we go.
Indeed it did, Iris.
Sorry.
10 years ago. A series of murders that rocked the capital.
10 years ago.
Yes, 10 years ago. That's all we're going to talk about. Just 10 years ago, at exactly the time that Berg von Zieks graduated from university, in fact.
Oh my god.
His first case.
Oh god.
Okay. Adding to the theories. Okay. Zieks' first case.
He had to prosecute his own professor.
Yeah. His own prof. That's very Ace Attorney. Okay.
What? Surely he's not saying.
Don't call me Shirley.
I call you Hurley.
So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life? As you've surmised, it was the professor case.
Who's this professor then?
Finally!
Yeah!
Finally,
Let's talk about
Christ!
It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy.
Oh no. Riddles. My dad snores very loud too. Or he used to.
Of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction.
But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zieks?
Please tell us. Don't you worm away. Don't you do this. You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the professor earned such infamy. I mean, he killed 5 people. That's pretty good. It was due to the victims he chose. Some of Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Hurley? Those murdered by the professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy.
So based. Based.
Mm-hmm.
Based.
Oh my god. He murdered a Zieks. He's got to have murdered a Zieks. He murdered Zeeks' father. He murdered Zeeks' father.
Or brother.
Wait. Murdered Zeeks' father. I have to write this down. We have only a few moments.
Or maybe he tried to murder Van Zieks.
He tried to murder Van Zieks too. Members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration.
We're gonna learn this in 5 minutes, so I don't know why we're members of the. Oh wait, of course. What Professor Harebrain said. Lord Van Zieks is from a family with noble blood.
Oh gosh! It was the 5th victim that led to the professor's arrest. It's the guy in the painting. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of Clint Van Zieks.
Oh, his brother or his father.
Yep.
Oh no! No!
Killed his brother. No!
No! I don't believe it. Van Zieks?
I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Barak pursued a career as a prosecutor.
No.
Yep. We got some of our cards already.
Oh no.
It was his brother. That's the guy on the wall. And eventually became the Reaper we know today. He was going to be a defense attorney. Who can?
Someone in his family was murdered.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea Lord Van Zieks had such a tragic past. He's an ace attorney prosecutor. Of course he had a tragic past.
We knew he had a tragic past from the moment we saw that man.
Right. Like, has there been a okay. There's been a single prosecutor in Ace Attorney that has not had an extremely tragic past. And you know which one I'm talking about. Also happened to be German.
Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter. Ha-ha! You thought you were going to learn more about this case, but no! We're just going to dangle it over your head for the rest of this entire case that you're going about investigating at the Crystal Tower. After all, I have work to do. Fuck you, Sholmes. As a waxwork exhibit. Got to pay the rent somehow.
Right.
You just got a bunch of money off this lady, though.
We're gonna see this fucking professor God, fuck. We're gonna see this professor waxwork sculpture, and it's gonna be Mikotoba. Like, for surezies.
Okay, so the professor was a visiting Japanese professor who killed a bunch of people in the British aristocracy. Okay? So, because of reasons, Kazuma has now been forcefully sworn to go defend, I don't know, something diplomacy involving his katana?
murder a bunch of the aristocracy. That's what I think. I think he was sent by Professor Mikatoba to murder a bunch of the aristocracy.
I think I do have Cosmo as an assassin on here. Let me see if I can find Cosmo as an assassin.
He's Van Zieks' apprentice. And he's going to try to murder him, and then we have to stop him.
Oh my god. Whoa. Blows my mind here. Okay.
I'm just bouncing these off the wall. God, nobody
Okay,
say anything, because I really want to know.
Yeah, do not say... There we go. Cosmo's being forced to be an assassin, or he's being forced to be the Reaper. Okay. Alright, so this is... Cosmo is supposed to kill the aristocracy. Class warfare. It's all class warfare in this
Class
game.
warfare based, though.
Cosmo is supposed to kill the aristocracy. But why would Strongheart? I don't get it. I can't wait to see what the fuck.
Strongheart's definitely pulling some fucking strings here, but I'm not sure whose strings are being pulled.
Okay. So, is a Japanese professor... And so, big diplomatic incident. Okay, because all right. So, if this professor was Zieks' companion, which is little inappropriate, but the professor was Zieks' companion, and the professor, Shin, a Japanese man, killed Zieks' brother. That's why he feels betrayed.
I can hear
And
that
hates all Japanese
I can
people.
hear that exact laugh, Riddles, in my mind.
Yes. Yes.
Kevin has a very distinct mwahahaha. Anyway. My darling.
I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. You all are going on about your conspiracy theories too long.
Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Well, none of the predictive scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Who? What?
Huh? Huh? Wait, what?
Oh, wait. I think I know what's happening here.
Okay, what is going on?
Okay, I'm gonna actually drink water. Thank you, Ziva and Riddles, for drink and stretch.
As we've been analyzing our predicted scenarios,
I think that this is Van Zieks and the Hairbrain.
Oh,
Well, none of my predicted scenarios have analyzed you involved coming to visit me here.
makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barrock.
It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places.
Why are you turned away from him?
I haven't been animated from the back yet.
Yes, I have to be facing this way because I'm being dramatic.
My back is entirely chalices.
I just want you to see how sculpted my ass is.
I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Aspen. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen.
This is really unusual for us to see this, not a flashback, but we're just going off somewhere. I don't see this very often. Tomorrow, the court will decide.
Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting as my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it.
As always.
One of those meanwhile scenes. Exactly, we haven't had one yet.
I must.
Why is he looking directly at the camera?
I'm warning you.
I'm warning you, player, specifically.
You. Wait.
Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you?
Yes.
Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barrock, are you really?
What?
Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart.
Well, you prosecute me. My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else.
Oh. Okay, but look how much of a twink Albert is.
Yeah, totally.
Honestly though.
My friend is on trial.
It's like I wouldn't want anyone else to prosecute my friend.
I'm the only one who gets
This
to
is very
prosecute.
this is very cute.
It is very cute.
He's a big
like,
softie.
aw.
Actually, it wasn't one of my predictions. It was Zieks is a big
Zieks is
softie.
a big softie. That's in our original deck. He's a softie. He's like,
Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Barrock.
You won't be thanking me tomorrow.
Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court.
That's as good as an I love you in Ace Attorney.
Totally.
I'll see you in court.
You'll only have seen my back, though.
Right.
Never showed you my front. You'll see my front in court.
They probably just straight up didn't render his back.
You're like, nah, we don't need to render this shit.
And then they're like, oh shit, we need him in the scene. That was a mistake.
I wonder what, if there are any other cards that we actually won on. Oh, hey, top one in here is Eugene Mikotoba as an antagonist.
Right?
That plays right into our hands.
Uh-huh. Okay, we're just in court.
We're in court now. Oh, God.
Oh, boy.
They're gonna just slow tease this whole professor thing, and it's just like, if this is such a big deal, couldn't he literally ask anybody, like ask the bailiffs?
Right. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court.
I can't believe it's been
Seems
a
like
year.
only yesterday. And now here I am back at the Old Bailey.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Good morning, Professor Hairbrain.
I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me.
I feel it every time I'm here. That gravity.
Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control the air pressure?
I think it's probably all in the mind.
Ah, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public.
Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident.
Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. Justice and these 4 pieces of evidence that we have. Great!
Maybe that's, Herlock?
My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome case here.
Sounds like him. Yep. Hey!
Nice.
Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here.
I woke up this time.
That was very mean, Bruno, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. How dare you? I hate being home alone with him now. Took me at least an hour to wake him.
Is it? Are you? Herlock Sholmes?
He losing his shit. Indeed, sir, I am he. Herlock Sholmes!
Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany.
He's a fan.
Ah, yes, Rance magazine is on sale in Germany, too.
This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction of the adventures of Silver Blaze was wonderful.
I wrote all that, but okay.
Ah, yes, a memorable case indeed. What was it about? It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. There are snakes in all my cases.
No, that was the speckled band. Also, for some reason, Nuno doesn't like it when we bring that one up.
Right, yeah. He says something about a dead boyfriend. Well,
He's like, thank you for coming!
thank you for coming, Mr. Sholmes. I do appreciate your support.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Isn't that so terribly disappointing?
Oh, that's terribly disappointing.
I have urgent business at Madame Tuspel's. The rent is still short.
You mean your waxwork job?
No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services.
Congratulations. Mazel tov. So
Thank
you're
you.
trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you?
I'm trying to get to the bottom of something.
You'll get to my bottom later tonight.
But will you pay me for it?
No.
The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of waxwork, naturally.
You know that's illegal, right?
Which one? Which part of it?
The paying you to... Never mind.
I just need the rent money. I intend to give this my undivided attention.
Oh, well, never mind then. I understand.
Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. So, just in case you're looking for me at any time, you can find me at the Waxwork Museum.
I will be in court.
Well, if you want to stop by, if you miss me.
Oh yeah, while I'm in court?
Well, at any rate, I shall return forthwith if you don't come by and visit me.
While I'm in court.
For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description.
Except for my... Never mind.
Ooh. Then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. Don't know what he's up to, but we do need that rent money.
Quite, Iris, quite, but life is riddled with irony, you know.
Don't worry, I have cake. Exactly.
Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie.
Well, the thing is that...
But, Mr. Sholmes, you haven't eaten any pie since I showed up here.
Yes.
Well, when I give something my full attention, that basically never happens.
He's specifically saying pie because Ryukun has absolutely no cake. It's completely flat back there.
One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say.
Oh, yes, quite definitely, absolutely, I totally understand.
Someone a little starstruck?
Just get to know him for like 5 minutes and he won't be.
Right.
I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain.
Well, thank you.
Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please.
Oh, please. Oh, what's this about?
Get a job.
I'm a lawyer. That is my job.
As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you that one cannot actually teleport. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible.
But the professor said the demonstration was a success.
Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes that it was.
I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Bruno, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically.
So he's completely barking up the wrong tree? But how could an experiment that has no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory.
I suppose that's what you're going to have to get to the bottom of.
Bunnybrain is a cute name, yeah.
It is. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I've no doubt.
What's that supposed to mean?
You're going to be wrapped up in a lot of bullshit, so if you want to get out of that, come visit me at the Waxworks. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow.
I will be in a trial, so I won't be able to visit you.
Or you could.
See you later, Hurley. Go
Or I
along
could
now.
defend my client at my job, where I make money.
So where's the rent?
I give you the rent every month.
Does he do that?
He does that.
Yeah.
Well, then why are we always short on rent?
Because you don't pay yours.
Right.
I'll just be going right along now.
Because he pays his rent and services rendered.
Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Bruno, but chin up. You can do it.
Oh, what about you, Iris?
I've got to go back to the Great Exhibition and have fun. I have something I need to do.
I see.
Just enjoy yourself. Bye-bye. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. I
Great.
don't like big surprises.
Great.
She's going to get him a balloon. She's going to wait in line.
Who will tell us to rotate evidence?
Right?
Exactly. That sounds ominous.
Yeah, who's going to help you out?
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your readers go room at once.
We're on our way.
So I'm guessing it's going to be Zieks that's going to help him out, because basically, this is friendo, and he just wants to get to the bottom of this.
An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Inosuke. That's the key to this case. Riddles. Riddles is the key to this case. Riddles! How dare you!
You've always been the key to this case. I should have written
You were the murderer!
Riddles is the evidence we needed to rotate.
Right? Come over here, Riddles. I need to rotate your evidence.
Well, this is certainly going to be interesting. And hopefully the facts about 10 years ago will be slowly unveiled, I guess. Very slowly. I can eat because it's just going to be the judge. Okay, who the fuck's on this jury?
I didn't even see. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are still sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrain. I will now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Yes, I'm sure I would have killed someone while people were while trying to teleport people. Mm-hmm. We're both in the game. Mm-hmm. Now someone needs to dance. Exactly. Yeah.
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready, my lord.
He's a little nervous.
And I'm 6 months out of practice.
No.
And what's more,
I'm all alone.
Oh!
No!
Susato! I'm without Susato-san today. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Odie Asman.
Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. Some might even call them criminal.
It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zieks. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty. Because every other member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. Any jury guesses? Garadab. Kazuma.
The Russian guy.
The Russian guy. Iris.
The gas lady. Yeah.
Iris would be funny.
Iris would be funny. She's been summoned to jury duty.
Funny. But 2 days ago, on the 21st of October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it?
Ugh. Every time. If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution, I should have had a drink before this. The fact remains, Mr. Asman's death.
I'm surprised you didn't pregame.
I'm prosecuting never mind. It was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain.
Very well, then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random. Random, I'm saying. And so when we recognize 2/3 of them, it's not because we did it on purpose, it was because it was at random.
Completely random.
To represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? Oh, here's a new dude!
It is a new dude. Oh god.
I will do the next lady.
Okay,
So
alright,
we'll
so... what is this guy gonna be?
He's very cylindrical.
Yes, a nice round voice. He looks like, oh god, he looks like an Easter Island statue.
He sure does.
Yes.
I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord.
Oh. Why? Hello there.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand.
Holy fuck.
Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Hello?
Oh boy.
Okay.
Okay.
The eyeliner on this guy, though.
Yeah, wow.
It's not the first or the last magician.
Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances.
Man, Ace Attorney and their magicians, am I right?
I just can't with this. Oh my god.
Any superior scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang. This is a child! What?
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and then one is that it? That's it, isn't it?
We don't recognize anyone here except for this
Motherfucker! Oh my god. What the fuck? This is really weird, jury.
It wasn't like this in my day. It wasn't like this at all. That's a gun.
Oh god.
The police killer Otter Mole look alike again. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems.
Oh my god, another sleeping person in the courtroom.
Great. Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening.
Pardon me, sir. Though the death toll could have been far worse. With the exception of the victim, no one else was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators.
A tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all of London, no, the whole world will be on this trial. No pressure or anything.
No.
It's our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So we're going to rush this whole thing.
Yes. Justice is swift. That's how
So
you
your
do it.
opening statement, please, Lord Van Zieks. No.
Without pleasure, my lord. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. Oh dear. Zieks doesn't even know what a box is.
Oh no!
How is he going to handle this?
It obviously teleported out of the box. Maybe this is why he has such a warped perception of boxes. One of scientists' latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage.
The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis.
Good lord! It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity, and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled.
Are you listening to yourself, man?
Right. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility?
No. Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure.
Disassembling people without electricity, my goodness, how shocking. The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? Are you an expert in your field? I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter?
The prosecution would assert...
That this is all fucking stupid and I want to go home.
I was literally about to say that. That the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success.
Amazing. Also, I realized that they did actually render his back because he points the other direction when
sure,
he...
yes,
yeah,
that's
okay.
right.
So it was just he was being aloof, I guess. What? What rot?
You think things could go in a box?
Order. Also, Van Zieks can be flirtatious as he wants because there's no minor on
There's no minor.
Enrique's side. There's a minor on the jury, though. I don't know how that happened.
Oh my god. The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asmund's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant.
What?
Whoa.
That doesn't make any motherfucking sense.
Huh? What?
But...
Oh. Because he successfully teleported the dead body. This disastrous demonstration was no accident.
Oh, no, he's saying that the design of the machine was intended to murder the guy.
Oh,
So he could-
I see.
And
He's
so
trying
he's
to get
like-
the research grant for murdering people.
Well, he's...
It's a military thing.
No! Okay, so... He wanted to kill the guy so he could be the only recipient of the grant. I guess.
But that's a very public execution.
Right, but it could look like an accident. But since it quote-unquote worked, he could have the grant. I don't know.
Where are you going, the Zieks? It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Boy.
Like, it was meant to kill the victim and then look like it worked by making the body fly
Okay.
somewhere else. Thank you, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth the witnesses to substantiate your claims.
Well, I'll be bringing forward the forensic wackadoos, my lord. But I suppose first, Gregsy. Cloak's off already.
Yes!
Bailiff! Show the first witnesses to the stand. Zieks.
Show me what's under that cloak. Oh, it's fucking Gregsy. Hello.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson. I'm Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration the day in question and in charge of the following investigation.
Albert Harebrain's scientist.
You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct?
Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Everything there sucks. I'm kidding.
I love Germany. Please.
The food
I'm
was
sorry,
better.
Riddles. Food is delicious. Are you trying? German food is
Food in
awesome.
Germany is way better than food in Britain. Hands down.
Hands down. He probably went from Britain to Germany and be like, oh my god, food is edible here.
Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition.
What you demonstrated was incredible, alright? An incredible explosion.
But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success.
Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensics and investigation team.
Whoa.
He was shot. What?
What?
It's fine. A lot
Oh
of
my
stuff
God.
sucks here. Meow. Well, fucking a lot of stuff sucks here too. So you know what? Sorry. Maybe it's not so bad. This is taken inside the Crystal Tower. I take it, the centerpiece of the museum, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it. He looks like Baijo. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Riddles, for the drink. I see. Well, submit the photograph as evidence.
What the fuck, man?
As the court heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Osman. Like, his hair is green and everything. He just needs the long hair. He looks like Baisho. I mean, no mustache. But, you know, he's a handsome man with green hair.
So is he shot by a crossbow and they pulled the arrow out?
They must have.
Can we look at that wound again?
I would if it would let me. Hold on.
Yeah, that could be an arrow pulled out.
Shot through the heart!
And you're to blame. You give instantaneous kinesis a bad name.
Right. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, putting them aside for the time being, but he was the man who financed the research of the experiment and demonstration himself. I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of a man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. Yeah, we definitely got the murder weapon. This fucking crossbow thing has to be. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some sort of malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration?
Oh, that's right. It must be it, my splendid machine. My poor splendid machine.
You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
This really needs a good acronym, but there isn't one.
What? The wreckage? The wreckage?
But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act?
Extremely simply, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
Isn't that right, witness?
Which one?
Oh, sorry, me.
No, your neighbor.
Thank you.
It's actually getting out of the way.
Yes, sir, it was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. Just imagine if the fucking thing would have worked, but a crossbow would do the dead man into the apparatus. Oof. What? How could he possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we'd better proceed to the formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim the experiment to have been a front for murder. The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck. No! No!
Oh my god!
No!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
I made a minor miscalculation of the angle of the beam for projection, that's all. That was my mistake.
You just, well, you know,
But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound.
You know, the broken neck was not a big deal.
There was a lesion?
Lesion.
The lesion in his chest where it had clearly been stabbed by something sharp. Right in the heart.
Shot through the heart.
So the victim had been killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one who could have done it. Okay, no worries.
This is
Rose.
also very Cosmo foreshadowing. He's better be alive! He better be alive! God damn it. God damn it.
An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. He was shot through the heart, and you're to blame.
I'm not to blame. It was for science.
Information would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says the death would have been all but instantaneous from a wound like that.
You could say, in fact.
That he was shot through the heart, and you're to blame.
Well, not me, but you. The victim was killed twice by the accused.
No. That couldn't be further from the truth.
Okay, so last time we had 2 murderers, and this time we have 1 murderer.
Yeah, two kills.
2 kills, yes.
I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team.
See how on page 3 it says murder. Whoop.
The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly.
That's actually pretty freaking... I don't know, man. I would not stand inside that birdcage. I'm just
absolutely
saying.
not.
Not a chance. That does not look like it will work.
To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away.
I don't know, man. I would just take the stairs.
Right?
The experiment did not go according to plan, however. It went whoop. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in mid-air. What?
Okay.
What?
Okay.
There's
Here's
a
my
balloon.
theory. It is twins.
Yes, it's twins.
Okay, so the thing was supposed to explode in order to like create like or like at least give off enough steam that the guy in the cage could like disappear fast enough. And then the twin was supposed to appear on the other side.
Yes.
But the twin got murdered. With the crossbow.
Yep.
Or whatever. Like his neck was broken and then he was shot with a crossbow or some shit.
Yep. So they had to rearrange the thing to... I don't know.
Yeah. So like it was supposed to look like it had worked so he could get the government grant.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. That's why the magician's on the jury.
Exactly.
So we can
because we gotta have a magician.
because we have the magicians like this sounds like a magic trick.
Yep. And like here we go.
Yeah.
From where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window.
My word, one assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident. Thank you, T-Chef.
Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you.
Ace Attorney, stop galaxy braining. I'm just so familiar with Ace Attorney.
Yeah, so we're gonna find out that this guy is not responsible for murder, but he is responsible for trying to fake his way into getting a research grant.
Right, this is...
Because he was in cahoots with the twins.
This is the same teleportation trick
Yeah.
as that was in the other game.
But someone else wanted to kill the guy because someone else is like the Reaper assassin.
Right.
No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying?
This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. I have not updated it yet, mind you. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record.
And then I will enter it again at the end of the trial. Updated. Your request is granted, counsel.
Dew is hunched over.
He's like, God. I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance. The only other person on the stage with Mr. Aspen was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist.
Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him.
Humph. Hard to think otherwise, really.
Very well. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination, please. I need to see this autopsy report.
Time of death.
Courtney side.
Courtney Scythe.
Hemorrhage of
Hemorrhage.
a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. A broken vertebra, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from a considerable height.
But where was the poison?
Right? Very well. Oh, yes, my lord. What did you say? I need to focus here.
Smack yourself.
It's been a while.
You can do this, Dukin.
It's like riding a bike.
I just want to get a thing. A banana.
Okay, get a banana.
Because you got all the talking.
I do have all the talking.
Do all the talky talk.
And if Van Zieks talks, I will be Van Zieks. Alright, let's talk, Gregsy. Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly. What highlights something else about this whole rum business? What's that?
The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success.
Oh, thank you, Tisha.
Got back just on time.
After the explosion, the cage with the fella inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. So although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur.
Remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster?
So the angle of the projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself, personally?
Absolutely. The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry it out.
Only you got it wrong, didn't you?
Yes, that's right. That's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake.
Do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it.
I took into account the subject's height and weight and the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened.
Obviously, then you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Osmond was wearing at the time, I suppose.
Crackling comments. The answer should have been 3!
So much for safety first. The 3 must have been for safety third. Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense. I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? Too right.
Did you miss this, Newkin?
Obviously, at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case.
Which came first?
You'll get your answer once I've finished my fish and chips, and you won't be if you don't keep butting in every few seconds. But we all know that's a bottomless bag.
The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. Be reasonable to assume that is the cause of death.
How? Right? That's what we all thought. Well, it was a red herring, wasn't it?
That's a good Gracie, because, he's got fish and chips in his mouth
Right.
half the time.
And I've got a bonnet on. There was a lesion in his chest.
I really wanted to be able to just present the crossbow
Right?
and just, move on,
The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. Wait, can we rotate it now?
Can we?
Nope. Nope. Completely unable to examine it at all.
Nothing about it. We don't even have anyone
Cool
to talk to right
beans.
now.
The defense knew nothing about this crucial information.
The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning.
You know, the updated autopsy report.
Look at me, I've already updated the report. We're so early in the trial.
Yes, I updated the report before you even got it. Aren't I such a good prosecutor?
That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. That's... The fact that he's even, acting like he has to apologize for this is kind of whoa, Van Zieks.
Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks.
Apologies for nothing.
Oh, I'm so sorry that we couldn't inform you.
But look,
So-
I've informed you now. The trial's just begun. You should be grateful.
So what was the nature of the sharp object?
Among the accused's tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This screwdriver, which I made sure you could not see.
Yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it?
There it is! My trusty little companion, Andrew!
Andrew Sheen!
Andrew Sheen.
Okay, so we need you to go get this English detective.
I love you very much. I love you very much.
Go get this inspector from Scotland Yard. Go get this Samurai defense lawyer. And then this screwdriver. Get the screwdriver. It's very important to diplomacy and government secrets. Okay, moving right along now. It's Andrew.
Andrew Sheen.
Andrew, of course.
Ah, do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all of my tools.
I don't think we needed to know that, but I'm glad that the only minor in a courtroom is currently obsessed with a corn on the cob.
You see, I call my vibrator Marissa.
We don't need to know about that.
I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family.
Professor.
This is Victor, my vibrator.
Stop.
And Drew, my dildo.
And Barak, my butt. Hold it! Objection!
Andrew was my flat-headed screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is crosshead.
Michael Sheen.
Michael Sheen. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on the shank.
That's not supposed to happen.
That isn't...
It's blood. Of course. Beyond all reasonable doubt. It's not ketchup.
No. What about unreasonable doubt?
Certainly is a lot of that in this courtroom.
I don't have it.
You don't have it.
Barak Van Zieks, may I have it as
Give
evidence,
me the
please?
fucking Andrew.
Let me rotate the evidence! And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound.
What? What?
But it was found at the crime scene, not where the body was. Order! Order! The court will enter this friend of the defendants as evidence. Cool.
Rotate.
Rotate, 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 rotate. Cool. I don't know. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine. Which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. This is blood, Mr. Asmund's no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons.
They're covered in blood.
Yep.
He's just a little scaredy boy.
He's a little scaredy cat. He's being a little bit of a scaredy cat right now.
He hasn't had to deal with this in 6 months directly, you know. He's
Right.
been reading creepy magazines.
Right. We actually got a murder weapon this time.
We did, kind of, maybe.
Assuming this is the correct one.
Maybe someone else got stabbed by it.
Right. So one of Professor Harebrain's tools is the murder weapon? Great. I'm sure that it was actually a crossbow bolt, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So the victim was killed before he went anywhere. This fellow's the only one who could have done it. What grounds do you have for saying that? Ah, do you really need to ask? There were only 2 people on that public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd.
The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, and the accused, Professor Harebrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive.
That's right, I saw him with my own eyes.
Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body.
In other words, only someone on the stage with the victim could have possibly have done it. Hello?
Hello?
Professor Harebrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor!
Sorry. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of the electrolysis of the separate molecules of the human body.
And the witness stand is the best place for that. Seems as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark.
Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh?
I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Asmund, as you say.
Explain, please, Professor.
Of course. This cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins.
I had heard.
Then surely you see, if I'd plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool.
Well, it depends
look
on
at
if
the
you left it in there or not.
Crossbow again. Can we see if the screwdriver can somehow be loaded into there? I don't think so, because this handle, like, it's not wide, because you'd have to load it in like here, you know, and then it would have to be shot out like that. I don't think this is wide enough here. It was a good theory though, Riddles. I also had that thought, and then I immediately dismissed it because of how wide the handle is.
But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood.
Well, no, I suppose not.
You see, not one.
True, I didn't see anything like that. I'm just gonna pour this liquid back and forth between these two vials here, and it changed color. Interesting. I'm not even doing anything to it, which is very strange. Maybe something's wrong with these vials. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Who needs a defense attorney when you've got yourself?
That was you in the first case, Nick.
Yeah, I was gonna say, order.
Well, time to drink.
Mainly, I wasn't sure because even though the screwdriver is wide, the handle on the gravity in it. Oh, yeah, that's fair. It's too small.
Pray, forgive the discourtesy if I saber a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing. Here's to you, Albert.
Oh, you're too kind, Barock. I'm really not a patch on you.
No, you're not. Yeet! No, you're not.
No.
You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility.
I have.
Yeetith.
A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Yes, if you hadn't taken the thing out.
Yes, but you see, the actual thing
Shows it having been
was
taken
at
without.
the fucking crime scene.
God fucking
Then,
Lord.
Zieks, I'm going to rub this in your face so hard right now. But of course.
Inspector, enlighten the court, please.
It's after you removed the thing. Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? Haven't we explained this already? Very well, you amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. Like, literally the first trial was us talking about this particular thing. The weapon must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air. Fuck off with this!
But it didn't happen.
You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping very heavy bleeding.
It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world.
Yeah, he wasn't there for that, unfortunately. He did not get the lecture. Yes, but about the screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage.
What?
It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through the metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Now you come to mention it, yes.
Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act?
No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. I was very clear it was not to touch a thing. Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? Oh, what are you getting at? If this tool had been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Osmond. And found still lodged in the victim's chest.
Dun-dun-dun.
Order. How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't. It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have been beamed to the destination as well. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place.
Thank you for noticing that that's kind of ridiculous.
Right. All right. Time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon.
Good one.
Ooh.
Good one.
Ooh, he mad! He mad!
Mad.
Ooh, look at this man! He mad! Lord Van Zieks is stumped.
Oh ho ho.
Ooh,
You got him.
He did learn in those 6 months.
History.
He must have picked up his fourth brain cell on the way back out.
Yep. He left it at the Old Bailey. Eh?
Well, who was that? Hello? Oh, it was this guy. Do you have something to say, witness?
Yes, I knew it. It bears out, the equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry!
About what?
Without delving into the details, there's no inconsistency.
What?
Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asmund's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations.
He teleported Mr.
What?
Asmund, but not Andrew.
What?
He left Andrew behind because he's only supposed to teleport the body. Yeet. It seems your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation?
You're being very flattering for someone who you're accusing of murder right now. Just when I'd found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument.
Look what happened to you.
You're done in by your own scientists.
Gregson would agree with you there.
Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold.
In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord.
Apollo Justice?
Yeah, right?
He hasn't even been born yet.
To be clear, I am still at the stage of gathering my data and my research. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though.
Alright, what's metal on this guy?
His glasses.
Yep.
Hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't inconsistency at all. Mr. Aspen was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine we built together.
So the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is...
That, based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis.
In other words...
In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. Need to get the wine bottle back out. And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer.
My great hypothesis holds, you see. Wait a minute. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason.
I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Harebrain?
Yes.
Whose side are you on here?
Research!
I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist, after all.
That's actually the opposite of a scientist, my dude.
Yeah, no, scientist, that's not what a scientist does. You're supposed to challenge your hypothesis. Is he working for us or against us? It's really hard to tell.
Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my learned friend. I'll be breaking out another bottle while you do so.
Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Some part of Van Zieks was like, so you're going to defend this man, Have a good time with that. Present the photo.
It has to be.
Come the fuck on. It's right there in the fucking photo.
Yeah, his glasses are clearly metal.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Not even gonna fucking press shit. Come on, dude.
Forget about it.
Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct.
In that case, I'd ask you to take a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Hasman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim.
What? Metal? No, metal can't. That's not... metal? No! I'm more of a pop guy myself.
We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted the metal-rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place.
I'll take your science and...
My hypothesis!
Professor Harebrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but you're a fucking moron, hello? But your hypothesis is clearly flawed, because you're a fucking moron. And this is coming from a guy with 4 brain cells.
One of which he just picked back up today.
Yeah, I haven't really even dusted it off from it being on the ground and trampled upon by other people at the fair. Order! Counsel, what is the implication of this? If on the day in question the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than the stage. In that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit.
But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work.
If I could say something here, in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there is one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science.
What? Wait, great Scott, are you suggesting my science is suspect?
It's just been disproved, hasn't it, in front of all of us? In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud.
I say the records of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined.
No, never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
What the devil's the Blaster Act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule? I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Obviously, it's raise an objection, because it's not going to be wait and see.
I guess it's not going to be wait and see, but... That
was me,
okay.
Yeah. Professor Harebrained has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so...
Even so what?
Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public, he would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection. You'd have every reason. Obviously. He had a reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. Hello? Are you even paying attention here?
If the government was fool enough to have deemed this ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed.
Conspirators?
What would be the value of such a grant? £10? You're an order of magnitude out, madam. £500 a year.
£500 a year? How much was that?
You could live handsome on that for years.
The Society has noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. Plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you.
No, I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound, please you must believe me.
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. What? You... Which means that the experiment was a success.
You're definitely
Zieks?
defending his hypothesis right now. You're like, he's my friend. I'm going to make sure his ego is well fluffed.
He's going to prison, but...
Baroque.
And therefore, the only person who could have possibly committed this murder is the accused.
Baroque.
Actually, can you history that?
Yeah.
And then it goes,
Yeah.
where is this heading?
Where is this heading? I have no idea.
My lord, if I may.
Yes, Lord Van Zieks.
The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. I'm warning you, there are going to be complete wackadoodles.
New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement?
They're the forensics people, of course. Oh, well, okay, alright, never mind. Spectators! It's going to be that girl I tried to put away in prison. Oh, no, wait. No, she was in a balloon. Spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition who are occupying special seats. VIPs.
Eyewitnesses?
The Altamont Gas Company lady.
Very well, this court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from the eyewitnesses to the incident.
The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no postiche. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators.
Postiche. Is
Postiche.
that a vocabulary word?
I think it is.
Send it to me.
I shall. Now, my learned friend.
Oh, yes.
It's time for you to make your own stance clear. Ooh. Whoa, ho, ho, ho. Bring it, Zieks.
There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now,
Shall we, really?
during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand.
As you wish, my lord. Oh, pastiche. Inappropriately applied, sham, false or artificial, spurious.
Ooh.
Pastiche.
Good. In that case, the court is adjourned for 20 minutes.
Thank you for giving me a moment to remember in which order I'm going to call witnesses to the stand. My bad.
Shall we find someone to raid, or are we doing another TBC? It is about 7 o'clock. We have been going for 4 hours.
The return of the great departed soul!
I like that Van Zieks is biased enough to insist on prosecuting his friend, but also unbiased enough to actually prosecute him.
Yes.
Exactly.
Mhm,
That's the whole. What do you think, my baby? You're the one who has to do the worky work tomorrow.
I know. It's hard.
And possibly we strum tomorrow after you worky work.
That might possibly be a thing, maybe. Unless I have to go to the dinner, which, like, either I have to go to a morning thing and then go to the dinner, or I go to the morning thing and I don't go to the dinner. Either way, I should probably sleep.
Yeah, so we'll just find someone to raid. How about that?
Yeah.
Alright.
I want more case.
Well, yeah. Alright, let's find somebody who is streaming right now. Who is streaming? We could do this person. Why not? I don't actually know what this game is. Hold on. But, hey, you know. Alright, we're going to /raid. Go say hi. Go have a fun time. Thank you for coming. And yeah, we're going to be trying to stream again tomorrow evening, or perhaps Tuesday evening.
One or the other.
But we will
Or
not
both.
be back here on Thursday, sadly.
No.
I will have to adjust my strum schedule to include Animal Crossing and
We'll just have to play a lot of Animal Crossing.
possible
while I'm away.
Jackbox or something like that. And yes, go forth, have fun, and yeah, hopefully maybe we can finish this case before you leave. And then we leave, because after my sweetie goes on the vacations,
It's not a vacations.
I mean, goes
Work
to
attached to a family visit, and then we go to the Thanksgiving.
yeah, so my sweetie is going to a retreat, and then to another retreat, and then we're going to Thanksgiving, so we're going to be out not playing Ace Attorney for like 2 straight weeks.
Oh God!
So
We're
I'm
gonna die.
so sorry.
We're gonna die. We're gonna die.
And
How are
while
we gonna live?
while we're in Chicago for Thanksgiving, we will not have any stream whatsoever.
Okay, but wait. So I get back at some point on Monday the 15th,
So we could do like
and we fly on Friday the 19th. So we could actually stream
a Tuesday
Tuesday or Thursday
or Thursday.
this week. So we could get something done.
We'll figure it out.
in between.
Bye.
Bye.